having like that good talk, and then that's funny. You were saying like you always have something to say, blah blah blah. So the first thing Instagram showed me this time was the BMW XM, which is like their best BMW at the moment. And I was like, yeah, I know you exist. Moving on. And then I was like, and I was just about to start thinking about money or something for a moment. So I'm like, why the fuck is there like no money in my bank account? I literally, and I felt like I was like, it's fucking annoying. Every freaking trade I did, it literally went like straight to my stop loss. And I was like, yo, like what the fuck? Like, how are you even, like, how do you even like fucking do this? Like, how do you even have enough money to like fuck with me like this? Like, you have to have like a lot of fucking money and a lot of people, you know? And that's why I started recording myself as I trade because I was like, there's just no fucking way you can do this. I understand. Without people dying, I was like, bro, you're literally killing people at this point just to fuck with me. Like, that's wild. Literally, like, to move the entire stock market is crazy. Like, the real stock market against me, it's insane. That's why I choose that. That's why I choose that as my career profession. Uh, some rice and chicken. Yeah, I had some peppers in there, some onions, some green onions, chlorophyll. So yeah. Oh my fucking. And now I'm out like $300. Like, what a waste of fucking money. Like, who was I just playing Captain Saberhorn for? Like, what the hell? This is crazy. I pay for all my own shit. Like, I pay for my Wi-Fi, I pay for my phone bill. What do you mean? What am I talking about? My trading. I just mentioned that. The work I was doing earlier. What does that mean? The stock market is a representation of people, bro. That's what's so funny about it. So I'm just like, yeah, are you people gonna get better this year, or are you just gonna shit the bed again? Like, I didn't say bro. I don't even have brothers, bro. I mean, I have friends, and then like I like to view them as higher than just friends. So maybe I'll call them a bro. Like we're stuck together, but often that's just like I won't kill you, or anything like that. Just bro. Like remember Cain and like remember the original Cain and Abel story? Like the because Solomon just sounds like some stinky ass hoes, or you have girls that work for you, and then they had changed the Cain and Abel story because I kept saying shit like, "Look at all this crime because it's fucking Cain and Abel story." Like, are you really like you know like gold diggers and all that shit? Like majority of the crime, like people beefing each other. It was like over a bitch, over a girl, and I was like, wow, that's so funny. So that's why I was like, yeah, I'm just literally going Adam and Eve. I was like, girl, I'd be like, yo, your bitch doesn't even make my ribs twitch. Like, fuck out of here. It's not about her. You're just an incompetent human being. So that's like not worth my time. Or you unconsciously live for me. So I really see. Mm, yeah. Working on being me. Oh, was my tangerine spoiled? This one must have been sick. No, sorry. I didn't know. I asked my landlord where his plants were. It was like he didn't tell me. So like there's no plants in the backyard. It's mostly sand. Yeah. If I stay here long enough, I was going to turn into like a rock garden, maybe partially or something. No, I have roommates. The goal was to live by myself. I was about to, and then I just got forced into like this fucking Jesus story again. Huh? Your Jesus story, the guy that came back in time when life was simpler and was trying to liberate the people and help everyone out from just destroying themselves. And I was like, that's funny. If the word is God and this other thing is called Satan, just fucking talking yourselves to death and into bad situations.
Wow, that's
You know,
crazy.
like I thought that was pretty obvious. Now my turbans are missing, and I can't find any of my turbans, but at least I have my Louis V one. They didn't have the guts to take that one.
Wait, who took them?
I don't fucking know. Clones. I changed my live stream to smiting clones and filtering them because I was like, yeah, you're you're decent. I wouldn't mind saying I had some influence on you.
Me?
Not you, from experience. Like I've met people I've influenced and they came out better, and I've met people I've influenced and they just turn it into like an addiction. So
It's actually funny. The other day, we were like, oh my god, what were we talking about? Smiling, I think, with the food. Hold on, let me go into a conversation.
date a single mom? Man, yeah, like during my I just want to fuck days, I was more open to it. But now, if she doesn't want to have a baby, then like no, we're just fucking and having fun. If I could have more than one spouse, yeah.
So you are open to more than one spouse?
Oh yeah.
There's no way.
I mean, most of the time it's the girl that says it. So,
I'm pretty sure that girl's not a Libra either.
are you a Libra?
Am I a Libra?
That girl's on a what?
Are you asking me am I a Libra?
Yeah.
How do you not know that when we've been talking for like 3 minutes?
Oh, I forgot.
How did you forget?
I mean, I didn't. I guess I really didn't because I have your birthday written down in your contacts, but it just didn't come to mind. Like when I think about you, I don't think, oh yeah, she's a Libra too.
Good, because actually before I met you, I had no idea what that. I mean, I knew about it, but I'm
Yeah,
not
you were
into
new
that.
to
So,
it too, so like that doesn't really define your personality or the person I first started talking to, but I guess it more does now, right?
I mean, on Threads is interesting because sometimes I'll be like on Threads and I'll look at like I guess a Libra thread and I'm like, there's no way, like this can't be. But the more I'm on there and the more I start seeing,
But you have to, and yeah, yeah, I like how you said that because that was literally my citing fact behind it. Like energy can't be destroyed; it can be recreated. So pretty sure that's the same reason Egyptians believed in reincarnation. But you're most of the time you wouldn't want to be literally the same person you just were, because at that point, time doesn't necessarily exist too much.
I get it.
Yeah, and I started running into people with like biblical names, and I was just like, all right. Like the last girl I dated, she like almost cheated on me with a guy named Moses. I was like, oh yeah, the guy that spread the fucking sea. So the fact that his name was fucking Moses, you didn't think he was trying to spread your fucking legs, you
Oh,
know?
that's
It's like, yeah. And he lied too, and I was like, wow, Gina. And he lied to you. Why are you so shocked he lied to you? Like, and she lies to me, so I was like, bro, whatever. It's like, I'll give you time though, so give you a minute, whatever. And her tattoos kind of pissed me off too, so I was like, I don't think it's gonna last. And there's one tattoo. I was like, would you remove this tattoo for me? She was like, it's a tattoo with my friend. And I was like, mm, I get it. Like the Muslim community, like when they met me and they're like, oh, we like you. You seem interesting. You're really cool. We just don't like your cross tattoo. And then like as I started, I was like, yeah, considering the Solomon story, I totally see why you don't like my cross tattoo. But at the
the one
same
on your
time,
throat.
I'm just like, bro, one thing we say when it comes to Islam is like, when would they learn, you know? So it's like, even if I did like abuse you a little bit verbally or physically, because I couldn't stop you with my words, like your parents spanking you,
Uh-huh.
you know, I like to believe we can be reincarnated, like on the spot, not in a whole new life.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Stop.
It's clicking. It's clicking. Well, I'm on live stream now too. I'm on YouTube, so
Wait, they can't hear me, can they?
not really.
What do you mean not really? I don't really listen.
They don't know who you are.
I don't care.
It's interesting. I mean, I think it helped. Like, so another thing I'll put you on, like, it'll help with the furthering, I guess, of our relationship due to how history repeats itself. Right?
What do you mean?
So, like, this goes back into like couples therapy. So, like, or like debates and arguments. If you're doing the same thing over and over again without any change and expecting different results,
That's insanity.
exactly. So that's why when you when what's I gonna say, like when you're in a therapist appointment, they write things down, but the therapist won't show you what they wrote down, right? And then often the person who's trying to be the more narcissistic in the moment will get exposed. But if you're right, you're right though.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're right, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But are you going to fold? Not even fold, but are you going to negotiate or come to a peace treaty, or are you going to end the relationship? So then, but life goes on. So if you don't ever make that change, that argument can keep coming back up, and then all your talks are pretty satanic instead of godly.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you're just saying. But if you know how to just say strategically, right? Someone who's capable of learning or things coming back around, they will, it can help. Just saying can help. Just shooting shit, dropping bombs.
That makes sense. Have you ever, like, when you were like in your past relationship, how did she feel about your personal beliefs? Like the things you were telling me, like, hold on. Wow, it's 108. I want to look at this time. Huh?
So I'm sorry, I'm just gonna my dad. So yeah, so like say like further down the road, actually get to like I'm like official or whatever. So like further down the road, right? If you were to come like official or whatever, when we sit, if you were to have an argument or a disagreement, we might have to do like our own couple therapy where we sit still and we like just write things down, or we can just like record ourselves like doing our own podcast. Because often, like in these movies or whatever, you see the people like, oh, where did we go wrong? Where did we fuck up? Where did we mess up? Da da da. So then you could go back and you could use that to go back and reflect.
True.
Mm.
That, and we can have a dance battle. Just dance battle.
Dance. My sister dances.
What do you mean you don't dance? I've seen on one video on YouTube.
I dance a little bit. I'm a dancer. I have fun with it, but even I will say my dancing sucks. Even though like sometimes I'll bust out some dance moves in the mirror and shit like that. I'm like, ah, that sucked. And then like a few days later or a few weeks later, I see other people doing it like on TikTok and shit like that. I'm like, oh, look at that. Could have blew up off of that. But yeah,
That's wild.
it feels good still being in a sense.
That almost reminds me of like when I was at Flamingo. I used to like wear my like bandanas a lot, like this with my hair, and so eventually I just started seeing other girls and women like wearing bandanas. I'm like, y'all are not, this is not like that when I came here. This is like more of like a southern thing. But it was funny because I started getting compliments like, oh, like your bandana looks so nice. I'm like, the same dollar, like $2 bandana we've been seeing since like what, 5 years old. It's just, it showed me it's about how you wear it.
Yeah, fashion. Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, I started seeing like women that, Caucasian, like try to do the same thing.
They do that. They do that. Like a lot of like athletes, like you realize like the black community is like influence a lot of athletes and fashion and things like that. So, and if you know, you know. If you know, you know. It's a really good mantra to always remember.
If you know, you know.
So you don't. Wow, that was so. I was like, damn, that was crazy. He was moving to the right, and then I did it, and it like glitched, and I was like, yeah, oh my God, blasphemy, straight blasphemy. And it's also a reason why I didn't like being Christian anymore. And I was like, I'd rather be Muslim, where your intention kind of quantifies and controls your reality.
True.
Yeah, instead of having some. Because like I remember I would talk to people and I'll use words, I'll use simple words, big words, and they'll still be confused and not understand what I'm saying, or they'll just do or receive the complete opposite of what I said. I'm like, bro, that's not even what I intended to say. That's not the tonality I gave you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
right? You just sound like narcissistic or a loan shark. So I'm just like, bro, whatever. Move on.
True. We gotta step away sometimes.
Yeah.
But what else can I ask you? Oh, so in your past relationship, I remember like you talking about like you like to write things down for entertainment purposes, like divination and things.
Hmm.
How did that work in your past relationship? Like, was she comfortable with that?
Yeah, we did it. Like, I was like, oh, 'cause she used to have like a small YouTube channel, but I believe she gave up on it. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was like competition or just like lack of consistency and commitment. So I did. I was like, oh well, like I was like, yo, we've had this conversation or argument like 3 times already this week, or twice this week. And I've changed, and now this time you're the one that's not realizing it and stopping themselves. Because you ever like I say, fall from your higher self, and then you catch yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was like, you're not catching yourself, and you're the one that brought up this problem, and now you're being the hypocrite here. And they're like, no, da 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 da, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay. So we started like recording ourselves, and we'll talk about it, and then after we do that, we'll go back and we'll listen to it, and then you know your true colors will come back out after that.
True, because it will often reveal.
Mm-hmm. They're like, wow. And if like they listen to themselves, I'm like, bro, this is literally use. And then like I started having this issue with talking to other people. So I'm like, yo, you just said that like 2 minutes ago. You
Mm-hmm.
don't remember what you just said, or you just said that, but that was more powerful than you thought it was, or like traumatizing, I guess, and you didn't realize it. I was like, and then they'd be like, no. Like one time I had a huge argument with my cousin, and my other cousin was like, yo, you're talking to me like I'm a fucking stranger, or you're treating my words like you don't know me, right? And I was like, that's literally like, I'll say one thing and it'll be so far left or extreme. I was like, yo, that has nothing to do with what I just said. Like, I was like, bro, and he's the type of person to where I was like, so like, I used to like pay attention to those things. So, like, at one point, he was like, oh, like a lot of people are, he posted it too online. He was like, a lot of people are like getting locked up and sick and stuff like that in my life. And, I'm getting older and it's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I had asked him how he was doing because I was saying one thing and then he wasn't understanding what I was saying. So like, I gave up on it. I was like, it's not that big. I was like, it's something we talked about already, or I was like, this is something we'll definitely probably touch base back on again. So I was like, it's whatever. So I was like, whatever, bro. You know, I'm going back to just being grateful I'm alive and things are looking good, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, so how are you doing, bro? Because you posted it. I was like, I don't know if you posted it from like a work point of view or you posted it from like a personal point of view. But I assumed it was like from a personal point of view. I guess it was a work point of view after because he like started snapping on me, getting personal as fuck, saying like anything he could to like hurt me, hurt my feelings. I was just like, really? Are you for real? You know?
That's not right.
Yeah. And then he tried to call me broke, and I was like, bro, I almost paid you rent twice because you and your girl couldn't keep up with like that I paid you rent and I paid you rent ahead of time. And I was like, yo. And then this fucked me up spiritually too, because I was just like, bro, it really might be that, you know? So I was like, yo, like since I've been here, it's like I've only been able to pay you rent, and you haven't been able to keep up and maintain your word, right? Sometimes, you know, and we'll talk about things, do things, and I'm just like, yo, fuck. So I'm like, all right. What do you say, bro? I mean, you're still helping me, so I'm gonna be chill about it. But you know, like you just really fucked me up there, because this is when I was trading too. So this is like in my career, you know, in my apex. You
Mm-hmm.
fucking, you're like, bro, like you're about to be short on rent again. Like I can't do this. I was like, whoa. I was like, wait a minute, sir. I was like, dude, I normally always pay rent. If I try, I pay early. I even give you half of it up front in case like the economy fails. You know, like, paycheck. Oh, I get my first paycheck, first half. Get my next paycheck, here's my second half. And then he always said like, bro, even if you were to pay me like 2 months rent up front, I wouldn't let you do that. And I was like, why? I never understood why. And then it's just like his lack of faith, trauma, I guess, is what I'm kind of putting it at this point, because I was like, yo, like, paid you rent, you did the math wrong. I was like, again, they're like, no, bro, you didn't pay me rent. And I was like, oh no. I just caught up on my bills. So I was like, bro, you're like a bill collector asking me for more money. The way they were acting. And they put me on like a deadline. I was like, you're really gonna do this to me? I'm like, family. And then this is when I started feeling like I'm not even around family anymore. So I read that fucking Revelation story. It's like, oh, something I'm really out here to minus as fuck. Yeah. But yeah, then yeah, so I was like, whatever, bro. So yeah, so then I'm like, okay, well, luckily for me, I guess, kind of, sort of, I could just try and trade and make the money as quick as I can because I'm gonna be fucking homeless, you know? And then now I end up losing even more money. I was like, and I lost all my funding that I had allocated and took the time to save and put away for trading. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? Just for him to come around and be like, oh, bro, actually, you did pay rent on time. You did pay enough rent and you're on time and you caught up on your rent. I'm just like, bro, you just turned into a total fucking op. Like a complete demon, bro. You just fucked up my whole life. Like, literally. I was like, do you not understand that? And then I started, like, just self-reflecting. And I was like, yo, like, you're the total reason, like, I've only been able to, like, barely afford rent here. Like, it makes sense. And then, or him and his girl, what the fuck they had going on. I was like, bro, like, and I didn't even want to blame them, but, you know, you can't blame God because it just gets worse. I was like, oh, I'll just call him satanic as hell. You know? I was like, blah, blah, blah. Move on. because I was like, yo, I was like, you did all that, and I'm sitting here doing my thing, right? You lied. You like, I was ignoring the outside world, staying away from the outside world, right? From temptation and like things that could like cause too much risk, being tactical. And I was like, damn, you even got to me inside my house. So again with this fucking poker jobs, this Job shit. I was like, I don't fuck with Jobs at all. I never had since I was like a baby, bro. Since I was a baby, I was like, all right, well, my dad fixes cars. I'll fucking own a car dealership or some shit like that. You know, when you talk to car salesmen, I'm like, oh, that's a whole other thing. So, I'm pretty sure that's why Carvana became a thing. But then, car salesmen are kind of handy still because they can, like, using partnerships and communication help get you a deal. Even if you're not in the bot world. Even if you're not, like,
Makes sense.
yeah. So I'm like, yo, it's not like I was on the way to having my first like six figure week trading and shit like that. I was averaging like $300, $200 a day, and I was like, whoa, I'm about to be a 6 figure person. And then it wasn't even the charts that fucked it up; it was the outside world consistently fucking it up over and over. I'm just like, what is so hard about this? I'm like, and I was like, I mean, weed's not really illegal anymore, but I'm just like, yo, you shouldn't pun weed, and I do it, so I should even be the one that's like, has anything to do with any of this shit. And then it was just the last person you expect to fail you. It was the people failing me, and I was like,
Wow.
I was like, y'all really out here. Nothing.
What was that last part you said?
I just repeated myself instead of jumping into the next impulsive thought. Yep. So I was like, wow, that's fucking insane. I was like, okay. So yeah, I'm like a lot more antisocial now, but it's crazy because everything that builds me up to where I am and gave me the confidence and sharpness that so I could do what I could do came from being social. So I was like, wow, this is one double-edged sword. But like,
Just gotta work.
hmm?
Just gotta work it to your advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said just have to work those qualities to your advantage, blending antisocial with social.
Balance and moderation. That blonde girl is just freaking that's my shit. Yeah. And that's like another thing with my ex, like I could tell there's like times when she wouldn't take anything serious till like her stop loss was hit. Till she realized like, oh wait, like fuck, like this is it. I was like, yeah, like this is it. I had to break up with her like 3-4 times.
I mean, that could be a sign of ADHD if she's like, you know, not getting to stuff until like it's like pressure behind it.
But it's also the privilege of being a girl. Like she was a girl, she's younger than older
The privilege
girls.
of being a girl.
She has a big butt. Yeah.
There's no, trust me, like that's a myth. That's a myth.
Myth.
Because people don't understand there's so much other things I think for women that come with being like a certain look. Like people will actually be harder on you on purpose because they think you have it easier as a pretty woman. I'm telling you that right now.
People be harder on you?
On purpose, just because they think you have it easy. Just
In like
because they think you're
in a
pretty.
social scenario, not like a work scenario.
Both. Both, especially like white. I'm not being racist, but white women managers,
I'm not gonna invalidate
they
your
will.
emotions, but
Huh?
so I'm not going to invalidate your emotions as a disclaimer, but keep going.
Just from my experience, like, or just in general, like when people think you're pretty and that you have things handed to you, they feel like it's their job to make life harder for you.
Yeah,
And
I know
yeah,
what you mean. Like at my new job, like I started covering my face, so I was like black, and people called me like handsome and attractive, like macho, whatever. So I would cover my face and like all my tattoos. I was like, I need you to freaking focus on work instead of focusing on me. If you're gonna fuck this up for me, like you guys probably do in the past. And then now the wind's still fucking kind of cold, yo, and it's hard to be staring at me instead of fucking driving the car forward. So I'm gonna keep my face covered. I keep my glasses on. I was like, I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just driving my car from A to B or AB to C. So it's pretty fucking simple, right? And then the inconveniences still fucking came. I'm just like, it's like, I was just like, yo, what the fuck? And that was just like another day at work, being an experienced person.
yeah. They cut you off earlier. I wanted you to finish what you were saying about the privileges of being a girl.
You're a girl, like you're, especially if you're a fertile girl, like you continue the human race. Guys don't have kids, right? So that's pretty important. And then, well, yeah, girls always have that privilege there.
How is that a privilege?
How's that? What do you mean? You only work to survive.
That's survival. That's not a privilege. The fact that she is fertile.
And then the world ends. Yeah, but then you could also link, a lot of like depressing stuff to the repetition of life and people not being able to handle it.
But how does this all equate to girls having privilege?
Girls just don't know. Some girls just don't know how to use it to their advantage. How did I miss that? Oh my! Just for you to steal my kill, faggot. Oh. I learned I could use that word. The LGBT community doesn't mind it, so I use it. Even they call it. I like it. But yeah. So fucking what's yeah.
If you notice that when shit pops off, excuse my French, when things pop off, and you're like a woman's fertile, have you ever watched Handmaid's Tale?
No. A little bit. I saw a little bit of it, but I was kind of busy work-wise.
Where's the privilege? Like, that's slavery.
But look at the time. Wasn't that like 200 years in the past? Tell me a little bit more about it.
It was post-apocalyptic.
Oh yeah, post-apocalyptic. What did you expect? So tell me more about the story. About the show.
Basically.
It was too yeah.
Wait, we watch together?
Yeah, I don't have Netflix.
Oh, I could actually put you onto the website, but you can't tell anyone.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. And basically, I just want to say it's about a show about how the government wants to repopulate the world. So they basically go all Nazi on the women in their society, and they take all the fertile women and they basically put them in slavery. Like, have children for, I guess, people in a higher class that can't have children.
Oh, like Jeffrey Epstein and the whole abortion law.
Yes, so where does it when things really pop off?
Yeah,
it's more so like.
But where's all like the real steppers? Where's all the real workers? Like people aren't really like that, People really won't like put in the work. So then, a lot of the privileges and aspects of life are going to diminish. and then yeah, but the human, but and it's funny because those are the same people often that don't like robots and tech are the same people like that are against um, having babies and doing shit like that. So it's statistically it's hilarious.
But theoretically, let's like stop the nonsense and let's just like cut the crap and someone has to like start governing this stuff. Robots will never replace having children. That's insane. Like a creator.
They could. They
No, they
could.
can't. I don't care what you like. That baby will not be of an organic essence. It will not have the strong line from the creator.
But robots are just extensions of yourself, cis creator. Right?
But it's almost like someone trying to play God and recreate a womb. That's just insane.
I mean, I'm not talking about the robot child, but like robot tools, factories, 3D printing.
Yeah, but a lot of these things came into place because of our ability.
Of our inability.
Because of a lost ability of things we used to do. Like, think about how energy is perceived, how lights, if we were, like, some people are into it where they can generate their own electricity because their bodies are so alkaline.
But people
when we
still,
felt...
but people still barely adaptable to solar panels. I mean, it's blowing now. It's blowing up now.
It's funny how you mentioned that because when I was in 10th grade, I was in a class called International Business, and we all had to come up with a company. Mine was solar-powered appliances. I called the company Pangium.
You created it, or that was like a class project?
It was a class project, but I looked at like, a lot of like what goes into like making appliances, the panels, and I kind of just like got down on myself because the teacher was like, oh no, like that won't ever do anything. Like that won't become anything, basically, pretty much. But she for sure supported her favorite student who had the little gift baskets. That was, for some reason, the best idea in the world. But when it came to my idea, she said, no, people won't need that. Let's laugh. Just long story short, don't let anyone like mess with your dreams because that's why it's your dream and not yours.
Yeah.
The vision was trusted by the creator. I get it now looking back. That dream was put into me because the creator trusted me to bring it to fruition. That's not for everyone to understand. So now looking back, I have a solid or more solid belief on what I'm here to do. What the heck are you doing?
Just in my teeth. Oh, sorry.
Why?
I didn't know that was so loud. Yeah.
You doing it?
But like A popped a lickle, right? Going back to Hand's Mane Tale. How much did we fail society in that show? Like, what was it like if you were to give it society? If you were to give it like a demographic?
Well, pretty much, if I had to like translate it into like our society, pretty much MAGA took over. People believe what Elon Musk said, that breeding has to be like preserved, and it's pretty much almost like basically what it would look like if MAGA took over. With like, the ideology of like women having to be forced to have children.
So were all the men gay or something?
No,
or just the women, or just were the women like, no, I don't want to get pregnant?
Basically, I guess the government came to like a decision that. Oh, I'm just joking with your kids' teeth, by the way. I was just playing with you. But basically, like the government like came to a decision that, hey guys, like population's declining. Let's like round up all the single women, go like ransack the houses, go take them, and bring them to a camp to breed. And indoctrinate them. That was pretty much the show.
Right. So that
And they were
that's
all like
that
college.
means like society was gonna end within like the next 18 years, considering you're not really allowed to work till you're 16, 18 in MAGA or America. You know, the only time you get to work that early or even drive in America is if you like live or own a farm. Yeah. So yeah, it sounds like the world is about to end anyways. Makes sense.
I mean, I can think to the point where some men are clinically
Horse.
insane to think that they can govern. Huh?
At this point, I just call some of them like hoes, workhorses.
Or,
I'm not
you
gay.
know,
I'm not having any sexual interest in it. You're like you're just like a hoe or like a walking dildo.
I guess like yeah, like it's gotten to the point where like these walking dildos are like in government like conference rooms trying to decide what a woman does with her body, which is insane. Like clinically insane people we're talking about that thinks they have the right to tell a woman
I mean, it's like, hey, if you want to have sex, you might as well have kids.
but what if that woman just decides she doesn't want to have children for the rest of her life? She has every right to do that.
I
And she
mean,
should not be shunned for it.
yeah, no, you don't have to. I
So
mean,
why do tax
you
laws
might not
reflect
seem
better?
as important to society unless you have something to offer, but yeah,
And I would like to see laws reflecting that freedom and the right to say, hey, I want to be mother or not. Because we all know women, for example, tax returns. Who gets the most? Women with children.
yeah,
Who gets the most benefits? Women in marriage. So we have to start looking at that and saying, okay, is this in a way inadvertently punishing women for being single? I think it is in this patriarchal society, frankly.
punishing women for being single. I mean, yeah, I mean, no. In a sense, if you realize people who have kids and get married tend to be more successful than other people, unless they're just like workhorses. To be real.
Yeah, I think it's also because they have so much support from this society to do so. When you're like a young college or woman in college, you have no, yo, you better like, bro, you better go for it because there's nothing like out, like, there's no handouts, there's no one feeling bad for you, there's nothing. Like, you gotta go get those degrees, there's no tax breaks, there's no assistance, none of that. Like, have a child and then we'll talk. Then you'll probably get some assistance.
Yeah, like one of the things that sold me on college was the dating pool, honestly. The dating
For
pool
sure.
would be better. Like normally the families are more like, financially secure or wealthy already. You know, the daughter, if she's not like living good, at least she's like getting a degree to where she's more desired by the job market. So kind of sold me in college. But I think that's kind of rushing it though. To like, it sounds like a Handmaid's Tale. They were like rushing it to an extent. So I see why it would make people more upset versus it just kind of like, oh, this is the right place to do this.
I guess, but there should not be any government interference with people having children. And in my opinion, that's why we see places like Japan struggling with birth rate decline because now the
No,
government's getting
Japan
involved.
is just not that good of a place to live naturally. Like, it's great. It's a fucking island, right? It's so advanced because it's like, hey neighbor, hey, right? It's like you were to do something malicious to yourself, but yourself is other people. It's like, bro, you're gonna catch yourself very easily, you know. So and then Japan's like biggest enemy is tsunamis, right? A tsunami and earthquake happens in Japan. It's like you're stuck, and it's an island too. So it's like
Yeah.
one wave can knock out, or two waves can knock out majority of the island unless you live high up.
Yeah, that's interesting because
So
the place
then
to
you
go
really have,
soccer.
So you really kind of have to think about that on a daily basis. Like my first month in California, I experienced an earthquake.
Well,
I was like, whoa, okay. But then we moved, and I never really experienced them again. And then they had like worse ones once I left, and I was like, yikes. Maybe I should have left something behind. But me and my cat were out of there, so that was good. And then my laptop broke at the same time because I had my laptop. Laptop broke? Is that when my laptop broke? Yeah, it is when my laptop broke because it got hit with no, my laptop didn't break. The power cable broke because it got hit with electricity. So I didn't buy a new laptop till I moved back to Florida. No, maybe my laptop did break. But yeah, and I lost my laptop while I was out there. Let me just say I lost my laptop to like a natural disaster. But there's no reimbursement for that, right?
no.
I don't get any reimbursement for that. And but regardless, you gotta get that money back. So it kind of sucked. Well, that's like ban down the drain and a bunch of information.
Would you move back to California?
Mm. Yeah, like why not? I mean, like the family and friends, and then peers. I guess that would stop me. But I wouldn't mind having the access to be out there, you know. Yeah, but I think it's a nice place to visit. I'd rather be like nomadic, like God originally built us, you know. Move to do here, move on. If the right person moves to do here, when you go back, everything will be back to normal or better, right? Like you eat, shit, repeat, you know, like how nature works. The life cycle. Sorry. Um, they call it the life cycle? The life cycle. There's a better word that I haven't been able to use in a while, which always makes me sound super intelligent. Like how a bee, like how flowers need bees and bugs. Like how pollen needs. Yeah.
Flowers and bees. There's like a bee that comes on me all the time. Like it's almost like every day at the same time, and it just touches me and flies away.
It's nice. I'd say no nature likes it.
I love nature. I love nature so much.
I do. But sometimes I can't be too naturey like. I used because it took me a little bit to be able to maintain my temper,
Yeah.
anger, and then people aren't always respectful of how you do that because even though we kind of live the same, there's similarities in our life. We're not all the same people, right? That's a good way to say it. So, yeah. That's where like the government comes in handy and showing boundaries. Because then also, because remember in the apolitical society, people are still what? Robbing each other. Like the group chat that I just left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like money in America is not even based off of gold anymore, you know? It's all about free will and all that stuff. So the whole time on the charts, instead of saying like smart shit, oh, it looks like we're all just gonna do this, this, and that. They're like, oh, it's time for someone's money to get took. X, Y, and Z. Just saying shit that would make opoly shit that would make trading, gambling itself a career or job.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. And then my empathetic side, it was really affecting me. And like, I had some good days with them, but I was just like, I gotta go. your question anymore.
Gotcha. So how serious are you about that polygamy thing?
Polygamy?
Mhm.
I mean, it's like another reason. Like, hey, the mess with girls. Like, if you're down to like have like, uh, if she's a freak, she's freaky, but like she doesn't have kids for a few years, months to a year. But like, you wanna have to have kids or something.
What? That's why. Like, that's explain that. That was so
I don't have any kids.
But how would that change your desire to be polygamous?
Because my kids could like stop me, give me something else to do, and catch that interest.
But doesn't the woman that you're with give you that already?
To an extent, yeah.
What extent is that?
Yes. Mostly what you can handle. Now I'm just like, not the daydreamer, but like my college art, right? Miss Raheen, she she wanted 6 kids. I was like, oh, that's cool. All right, and she can. She was she was good.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I was like, there was things like battles that kept coming up, and I was like, oh, like this is such a trip, not this shit again. And I think it mainly had to do with her. Just little things about her that she was still developing as a woman, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if we like had kids or she was more aware of it to herself, the relationship would have lasted longer, but we weren't like financially in the situation to where if we were to have kids, it would feel like the world was against us, like some people try to say, or it feels like in the end we'll become like bad guys or whatever. You know, it's a villain arch story.
Not really.
No. Um, we end up being the people that made Handsman's Tale, I guess. You know?
You were the people that ended up
Me and
making
her,
it.
me and her,
Also,
because we didn't have a house. So maybe we had 2 cars, kind of. We had a pink car. But her car was still technically from her dad, right? And my car was from my dad. So there was limitations to it to an extent, right? Um, we, she would lie a little bit, um, hold things back. I was like, you can't tell me. You gotta like, who else are you gonna tell? 'Cause you already know it yourself. You're thinking it, and then you don't feel comfortable telling your parents, then, or your aunts and uncles, then it's just a complete turn off, right?
yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? We're like 2 monkeys in the jungle. Not even monkeys, like a snail and a sloth. Like, we can't even mix.
Oh, I
So,
see.
mhm. So I was like, all right.
I got
So I was like, okay. And then her biggest thing was I don't like cheaters. But she was Muslim, which was funny.
you. Mhm.
But then on my self-study, she was Muslim and Indian in Hindu culture. So in India, it's customary to have like one to two or more wives.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Ganesha, Brahman, Shiva. So, um, I was like, whatever. But I was sold on one when I was with her. I was like, yeah, just one is fine. I was like, oh, a bunch of kids? Hell yeah. I would even like have time for more or whatever. I'd be so focused on her and myself and the kids. So, but we were still in college, living in dorms, and we didn't have our own careers yet. Only thing we really had was like our parents and their businesses. So I guess if we were to pull them into our shit, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think that was the only thing holding us back because that was the only person really like putting fear in her life. And I was like, you just have to communicate with him, it's like tell him what's good because if you tell him what's up, pretty sure he'll support you and X, Y, Z like most good dads do. But that's when she never wanted to take that step. That's when I had to take the step back and have to accept that, sometimes I'm still kind of single, even though we're together. Because we weren't like progressing, we were just spinning like the earth, like where the earth itself.
I see.
Yeah. And then we ended up getting arrested, helping someone else out, and I was like, fuck. I was like, I'm not even fucking depressed. I've been doing the fucking most to stay myself out of trouble and work my ass off, be good at what I had to do, and we ended up getting caught up breaking our routine and what we were doing, trying to help out some depressed rich white girl. And I was like, "Bruh." And we went to fucking McDonald's. I was gonna fucking eat McDonald's like that. And then my
Wow,
and
that's
then
crazy.
my closest friend at the time in college,
Mhm.
he was lying to me all the time, and he was like a lot smarter than me book wise. He was like a basketball player. He was tall. He wasn't as strong as me, but he was tall. And he
Mhm.
was lying to me all the time, but she always seemed like close to him or resonate with them. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, girl, like you're walking into like the issues. Like now is not the time to spend time with our friends. You know, like I mean, you need to give yourself at least like 2, 3 hours to do X, Y, and Z. Like, da da da. And that's where you would butt heads. That's like two young bucks. Because she's like,
I
oh,
see.
like we've been hanging out so much. Why don't you go hang with your friends? I was like, yo, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna run into bad grades, failed tests, late homework, blah blah blah. I was like, I'll hang out with them later. When A, they completely given up and they're taking a break, or B, they finished what they had to do and had the free time. The only person that really was keeping up with me was my roommate Michael, who can do like a lot of his work last minute and then just like me, and then still do good.
Mhm.
So, so me and Michael was doing our thing. But the other ones, I was like, bro, you're not gonna make me an excuse to why you fell off. I didn't want to be like your enabler. I wanted to like help you, save you from yourself, but I don't want to be known as your enabler. And then when me and that girl broke up, she tried to label me as her enabler and cause her issues. I was like, I had a 3.2 GPA my freshman year. I had a job. I ran clubs.
Wow.
I was doing the most. Yeah, I was known. People knew I smoked weed and occasionally traded it for money because they had nowhere else they trusted to get weed. I was like, fine, but leave me alone because it's like you pray for this shit the way I can't like say no and I instantly feel like a bad guy. So I was like, whatever, take it. You and God could take it, go, bye. So I'm like, take it. I even like tax people or try to make myself money. I was like, all right, I'm just smoking for free. Cool. I just smoke for free. So then no one can even say I was wasting my money on weed either when people try to use that as an excuse whenever they were coming up short or about to fail me. So I was like, nope, nope. And that's why when I got in and out of like the jail for getting arrested, it was like kind of whatever. They were like, yeah, just get your medical marijuana license and move on, or just stop weed completely. And I was like, cool. I don't want to be a truck driver because everyone I know that's a truck driver goes through a bunch of bullshit. So I like my uncle, he died. He was like a father to me for my dad. He helped my dad with raising me because my dad was a up and coming business owner, and I went to a school out of my zip code, so it was a big help. And he actually died one day at a football game, which sucked. And my dad was at work per usual, and I didn't really want to play a sport in the first place. I just wanted to work and go to school, and because of shit like that. And I was like, I just didn't feel like I was there. I feel like I had the luxury.
You
And
didn't
my
feel like
dad,
you had the luxury?
yeah, I feel like I didn't have the luxury, and the math was a math thing. And even my dad, he was only to show up to like two of my games. You know, like the whole 2 years, 3 years. I think he was only able to obtain via like five. So I was like, all
That's a lot to take on as a young man.
right, yeah. I was alive though, still alive. So I was like, or I was alive. Yeah, but yeah, I don't need to be a truck driver. I was like, nah, Elon Musk, automatic, self-driving trucks. And then even before that, self-driving truck systems, etc. Give make CDL lanes, you know, things like that. Those are things I've advocated for since at a young age.
Really?
Yeah. You just see the problem coming before it happens.
Yeah.
I mean,
Intuitive.
I feel like I don't have the reparations for it, but I always knew I was just going to trade stock. So I was like, yeah, I'll just print myself money and move on.
I see.
Yeah, spiritually, today was just not my day.
And maybe it's time to spiritually go within to work on under that hood like a mechanic.
I eat good, I eat healthy. I don't know what else to do at this point besides run into a wall.
When's the last time you worked out?
This morning, I track it. I have a journal too. I track everything. I track when I eat, when I work out, when I go to work, when I study, I trade.
I see. So maybe it could just be you need attachment.
Any attachment?
No, detachment.
Yeah.
So what exactly do you do at the airport again?
The most futuristic job possible. I move a car from A to B, and I use a phone that's connected to Wi-Fi to track where the car is and where it's going. So it's always up to date for the people sitting at the desk and my new and customers coming in and out. and last minute customers. So
Oh, okay.
I would take a car. If it's clean already, I'll move it to where the customer can access it. How did I not say that word? Ac- slow down. Access it, right? So I deliver the car to the customer. I'll return the car from the returning customer. I will get a requested car for the customer, and I'll move a
Mm-hmm.
car from one lot to the other lot if the customer is not gonna be at that lot, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like I used to do it for my father in the mornings. I'll move the cars around that he's working on. If
Yeah.
he's working, yeah, if he's working on. Like, all right, I'm done with this car, move this car out the way, move that car there. Right, cool. But my dad used to only be able to pay me like 20, 100 bucks a week. So here I'm getting like 100 bucks a day. So that's cool, you know.
True.
And then if I work in the evenings, I could still trade stocks in the morning like I was paid for, or work with my dad like I was paid for. So, but then I'm just like, all right, I definitely just got another job with Satan because and literally when I freaking hired, they gave me only AM shifts. So I was like, all right, now I'm poor again. And then the AM shifts only gave me access to the bus. I was like, all right, at least I'm gonna get to and from work. And then
Mm-hmm.
um, what else did they do? I work on the weekends, which is chill. I worked it 2 days a week. That usually CPI is, which is Monday and Wednesday. I was like, all right, little bitch, gotcha. Here you
I'm gonna have to top that now. Like,
go. No, sorry, not you.
I am not gonna play with it. Like,
All right. So I'm just like, all right, cool. Whatever, I'm working. So,
mm-hmm.
and then they messed up my pay, and then accused me of lying that I went to work, and then like I just feel like someone's trying to write my story without consulting me, and it's messing it up.
I see what you're saying. So you actually have me thinking about like giving healthcare maybe a chance and using that degree because I never really used it.
Yeah, I mean, my lack of empathy and like mercy and helping people is slowly fading. So, especially since I've been getting older, even though that's usually all I used to do, and kind of do second naturally. So, something like that is helpful,
Yeah.
especially
You
with,
mean like
hands, mane, and tail, and all that other stuff going on with the rest of the world.
like I really I really think all this is gonna like okay, now you have me cursing. See? I really think all this is actually just gonna fall flat on his ass. This whole like company
Oh,
we
sure.
call the United States, I don't think it's very sustainable. I do think the creator has something that's more in tune with the vibrations of the natural earth. And I do perceive that taking over right now, which is why we're seeing so many cases come up, so many files, quote unquote, become like redacted. It's really like a metaphysical shift, if you will, of this earth.
No,
And it's changing.
yeah, it's exposing what humans are capable of, but at the same time, people aren't using it how they're supposed to. Because like Trump, all right, so Trump, so like nowadays, like America's been around for like 400 years, so it's getting to a
Mm-hmm.
point to where there's a lot of old money, or people literally just aren't doing what they need to do to
Mm-hmm.
get what they want, right? So it's like the president is Trump, right? Trump went bankrupt a bunch of times. So why would someone who's experienced it and lived through it be a bad president versus someone who's more narcissistic like Kamala that's like, nope, that's it, game over, GG's, etc. Right? But it's not really a game, even though some people use that as a easier word, a light word to make the hardships light, right?
Yeah, that this country.
Hmm. Right? So like in this country, like money isn't even based off of like God's value or Earth's value. It's just money. It's exchange for time, energy, universal exchange for time and energy. So if everyone in your area has apples, at least you could go somewhere else who might else and use the money to trade. You trade that for something else, you trade that for something else, trade the money, X, and Z, right?
Hmm.
So money's not even really evil anymore. It's supposed to be a convenience, a tool. So then sales, marketing, and impulsive purchases is really what's destroying the self and groups.
Okay, what's destroying the groups?
Impulsive purchases, overstocking to where the stock expires and you don't get a return on investment. Um,
Oh, I feel like you want to fight me.
yeah, no, I had a rough, I had a rough morning.
I'm just trying to cheer you up. Or was it just to do with the like the trading, or was there more?
Trading, I don't know if I still have a job, again, or I'm just like, just gotta do what I gotta do as a man, just show up and be like, time for work, whatever the fuck, you know, um, things like that. Trying to apply to other jobs, I keep running into issues, and then like annoying, just annoying.
Let's see. What do you think overall like kind of led to this position or the job now where you're unsure?
Are just humans, humans being humans. Like even if there was a tech issue, I'm just like, as a boss, I'm like, bro, I make you still write it down, even though I paid for this freaking computer and subscription, and then you still fucked up the kids' pay, and then it's like, yo, like what the hell? And then that just makes you look bad as a company. And then it's like, damn, God, another lawsuit? I'm not in the mood for this shit. You know, like I'm not in the mood for this. Like, car, crash the car, now I'm in a freaking lawsuit, trying to work, shit, my body's in pain. Still doing it, not giving up. Some other bullshit comes.
So like, I kind of do want to like, like I said, move to Orlando, and what if I don't know? Maybe I should just apply to jobs.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be hard. Everything they say for you to get one, especially having your degrees. 'Cause even people try to joke about me or be, or like be a smart ass and say, "Why don't you go to college? Why don't you go to college? Go back to trade school?" And I'm like, "Yeah, just to do the same shit all over again? Why don't you do that? 'Cause you're most likely my problem."
It does feel like that at times. Like I'm in my master's degree now, and it feels like wow, just like more work, more paper, more case studies, more writing. That's overall not equating. I get the feeling. I can relate.
Now I'm just looking at someone making a Stanley Cup so they can drink lava out of it. Who drinks lava? What the fuck? I'm gonna send it to you. It's a cool Stanley Cup. What if you lose it though? I mean, at that point, I doubt you would lose it if you have to buy a cup that you could drink lava out of.
If we're at the point where we're drinking lava, I feel like money's going to be the least of our issues going forward as a society.
Yeah.
I don't know. It would be cool to like possibly like if I move there, like have a roommate so I don't have to like pay everything by myself.
Yeah, and you can still have money left over so you feel alive, not like a slave.
What do you think about that? Maybe like
You know, I have roommates now. I'm already living it. I've always like tried to have roommates. I never really wanted to live on my own without roommates unless it was like a studio apartment. But that's when I caught on to how like studio apartments were just as expensive as freaking one suite rooms. I was like, bro, like, what is this?
I'm talking about like moving with me
Oh,
and yeah, and then
yeah,
as roommates because I'm pretty sure like I can get like a fairly decent job there. Like I haven't really tapped into healthcare just because it wasn't my forte, but I mean obviously like I have it as a tool, a toolkit. It would just be easier if like there was someone who's already in the medical field and I could do the night resume and like there's never been one like interview I went on that I haven't gotten. Like usually all I need to do is get in front of the person and I got the job.
yeah. That's usually how it is for me too. But then it got, is my mic on? It got so satanic to the point to where I was like, I was on Indeed, and it was like, "You sure you don't want to go work with Sheldon?" And I was like, "What the f? How do you even know Sheldon?" And then it'll be like collision repair. It's like, "Sure, want to go door to door knocking?" I'm like, "I'm not my fucking uncle's kid." I'm like, "Why am I being like tricked into this shit?" And it's like, "Sure, want to go work?" And then people used to say like, I used to talk to people, and I'd be like, I'll be real and say X, Y, and Z. Like, "Why don't you go work with your dad?" I'm like, "Why don't you go work with my dad?" But then like I'll pull up and then my dad has like 2, 3 new employees. I'm like, but he always tells me to get a job, which is annoying. Guess to keep away Satan or whatever. But then I bought a cat.
You have a cat and a cat.
Oh yeah, would you let my cat live with us? That was the stipulation. I
There
got.
would be no issue
That's
if your
that's what the
cat lived
pain
with us.
was. Yeah, my cat could live with us, then we're good. My landlord now said my cat could live with us too, and he's not even about it, but he knows my dad and my uncle and all that shit.
Wait, say that again?
I said my landlord now is even okay with my like cat living with me, but I got some other things I want to deal with before I let my son get back into my living situation.
Or is he not?
He's with my aunt. I mean, my
Okay.
cousin. Yeah, he's watching him. She's feeding him.
Okay. So yeah, like maybe I don't know. Thinking I'm thinking maybe it's three because I like my own room and then like a room for office space and then
That's cool. I wouldn't mind just I'll just leave or whatever if you need like space to yourself.
that's what the office space is for. Three is you have your room, I have my room, and then I have office space.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's how you clean an air fryer. Oh my God. Why did I never? Oh, my science teacher would laugh. Hold on, I'm just gonna see it. We have to remember
What?
this. I'm gonna add this to my house files, cooking files in my house files. Check your DM. They
I will.
they clean the air fryer using hot water, dish soap, and laundry detergent.
Ew.
It's soap.
Laundry detergent for an air fryer? What?
Yeah, because stains and things like that. And then hot. It's known to be used with hot water. So then the science and the math says it's okay. It says it'll work. I could even
Okay.
explain to you. Like my body was like, "Shut up, it'll work." So I was like,
Actually, maybe like a two to start off, just until like I know the area a bit more. Like a
"Yeah, I
two
think a
is.
three would be like expensive because if anything, if you don't want to sleep in the bed with me, like I'll sleep on the couch, you know,
I
or
mean, but
like
that's what the two two before. Like, you shouldn't have to sleep on the couch if like you're paying rent and I'm paying rent. Like, why would we have to like?
sure. I mean, a three bedroom would be nice because then we could both have an office, right? Is that what
It
you're
is.
thinking, or like for us
I'm,
to have
no,
a
absolutely
living
for
room?
like an office. But I think I'm gonna like because this will be like my second time coming back to Orlando and actually experiencing Orlando because I really only experienced Disney there. I think I'll just start looking or start applying to some like medical jobs and also like start looking for tutus.
Yeah, because even people at Disney only get like 17 an hour, 18 an hour
How do you know that?
because I trade stocks.
What? How do you what? How do you know that off of stocks?
Because I still have to deal with people. I can literally tell how much someone makes sometimes, especially when I'm having a bad day. Like the other
What?
day, like every time my trade hit like $30, $40, or it would like my body will get filled with like anxiety or something. So I'm like, who's this like demon or person that thinks they're allowed to be like associated with me right now that my trading is like fucking up?
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
hmm
You're really just like I don't know. I like talking to you.
Yeah, I'm pretty high without no drugs.
Wealth of knowledge. You have a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
So I don't think you should ever look at yourself as poor. Ever, please. Even if it's just for me. Don't ever say that about yourself again.
Okay. Well, I'm sad. I'm sulting right now. I'm very sulty. Um,
And sometimes that's just our bodies telling us to get somewhere and sit down for a minute so we can like re-regulate. That's all it can be at times. Or it is at times.
yeah.
My mom will be excited actually that I'm pursuing something in the medical field. She's always on me about that.
Yeah.
I know she looks at me like, girl, like you're going to school or field when you've already literally in a whole different field. I know she looked at me like I was crazy when I came to her about that. But I'm in a whole different field. So I'm basically kind of starting from scratch a little bit. But I mean, in the meantime, while I'm going to school getting my master's, I can still, I don't know, I kind of came to it. I can do something with this degree now.
Yeah. That's cool.
I mean, do you know anyone possibly that I could give my
Oh,
resume to?
I'll just apply to Advent Health and Health Central. It's like the only two I really know out here. You know, and then the medical field is the medical field. They're already really powerful, like industry, let alone entity. So it should be pretty easy to get a job. Like my cousin, she's a girl though, but she was like a data analyst or like a she has some like good paying job in the medical field and no degree or anything like that.
Medical coding?
I don't know if it's co- yeah, she had a pretty solid job.
Huh?
She had a pretty solid job with like no real career experience or like degree, anything like that. I have to look it up. Let's see,
Yeah.
Advent. Let's look it up. Advent Health. It's like downtown too. Careers. And my friend could get us a place pretty easily.
In what area?
It's like a few. There's access to a few properties. Like I don't even think you would have to
Oh,
put a security deposit down.
okay. Sounds cool.
To see what's open in Advent Health.
So my degree, like I said, is in healthcare management. So it's like a lot of administrative, um, coordinator, patient coordinator roles.
Trying to find
But
example.
also a lot of HR, like anything HR, really. Medical HR.
So look at Advent. Health Central's across the street from my friend's house.
I'm gonna try to like apply there and just like different places overall, see what comes up. Gosh, there's like something about applying, and I really have to like re-engineer like my outlook. And I'm doing it now, but it's just something about applying in the medical field. It just always seems like there's like a 14-step process, and I get it because like HIPAA and like working with patients. But like, gosh,
Yeah, but then like at the same time, it's like, yo, if I clock out, will I even remember you? Wow, back to my life.
true.
Where are you? But then I just started having like tears. Like, yeah, you just need more attention. You need less attention. Well, Orlando.
Actually, one thing I should do, and actually you just reminded me. So I got my bachelor's from Seminole State College in Sanford, Florida. I could actually probably hit them back up in their career center and actually have them help me get something in that area because Seminole is like very close to like Orlando or Sanford, Florida, like Mary Heathrow.
That's really good. I should play Warzone or something I can pause. That's a cook. Eat, I mean. Be for everybody. Old type. Jerk pork. This guy. Tobias. Found a way to put you in or do nothing with. Good cat. Always comes home. That made you greedy. Freaking. Yo, why are my shots missing? Whew. That's a freak if I had to yell at her. Ah. Johnny John. Jaden Guru. Ooh. I gotta work my Spanish lessons. I definitely would say Jaden Guru. MashaAllah. Oh my god. Ooh, he baited me. What the heck? Squad jumped. Yo. that shit. Tell me, get the fuck out your face. Shit. Along the way, I learned reverse engineering history. It's key till tomorrow. But man, lately, abuse has been real. Even with beating the statistics and records. Customizes and fixes them.